Okay, I'm back again. I need to
Yes.
grab my wand back. Hey Val, how's it going? Things are going okay. I wish I knew what to farm. Okay, why is this guy's circle not on him? Nice. Just a random drop of a mage blood? Hey Demon Slayer, how's it going? God damn it. Get away. I can't do anything about that person. They're too fast for me to stay away. And going through it, their thing once just eats all of my ability. Nice. Well, I lost that map. Just thinking. Here, I think that will give you permission to put links in. So if you wanted to link your video, you're absolutely welcome to.
The new tomorrow. Recoil. Right. We rise. You fall. So long as divinity disgraces the world, no one is safe. You stand
Here,
in the
squish
way
yourself.
of hope.
No, close though.
You will fall in line. My flesh is unimportant.
Down you'll go.
Ah, okay. Well, you now have permission to, should you want to, at a future time and are able to. I believe. Hey, you're here more than a lot of people, especially over on the YouTube side. So, no reason not to be. Don't feel the need to do any of the moderator stuff if you don't want to, but you're welcome to. Not that I get a lot of spam anymore. I used to get people coming in and spamming every once in a while. I don't really get that anymore. Ooh, Divine. Oh, that's true. Lylocan over on Twitch side spams. I'm very surprised at you, Lylocan. I'm honestly a little bit disappointed. I know disappointing me is probably one of the worst things that could have happened to you. But on Friday, I had a Friday stream, and you stopped by, and you even mentioned it was a rare Friday stream, but you didn't request any weird music. See, I figured that you would have requested the music and then left for your football game. It was my game? I don't think it was my game. I don't think I have a game. And you know, not to get too political, because I don't like getting political. But you know, sometimes I think that I would root for the other team. The United States is not always a great place. I've talked about moving to America Light. Most of the world calls it Canada. Nice. I gotta find a build. Okay, so here's the other thing. Val. It seems to be that my favorite, or at least my second favorite build of any league that I play, ends up being the same build that you're playing. Because you just seem to find the right guides, and it just clicks. The way that I like to play is similar. Like I'm enjoying this build. It's getting expensive to upgrade. Are you doing anything for the Freesia Toto event?
Did you not see that coming?
Be outside. You're skipping the event. Oh, well then I can't just copy you this time. Okay, how about you don't get burnt out on the event, but what you do is you live vicariously through me and you let me know what you probably would have picked if you were going to do it. Fraudmander has to come with them. What fraud? When have I committed fraud? Oh, you're calling me a fraud for... I get it. It took me a second to catch up. I see. I thought you were saying... Yeah, no, never mind. Moving on. We'll pretend that didn't happen. And you get Sovereign Alloy is 43 Exalt. It's okay. So 329, you gotta do Connect Blast Hierophant again. I think I'm still debating between doing that one and my Cast when Stunned. I think last league I started with Cast when Stunned, but it's super expensive day 1, 2, 3, and then it gets cheap, and then it gets good at farming, right? So I think what the best course of action will be is I start with maybe Kinetic Blast. I start with Kinetic Blast, Hierophant, and then if I feel like I need to start a second character, then I start Cast when Stunned to be able to farm Delirium and Simulacrum. Simulacrum and Ultimatum.
Did you not see that coming?
out of nowhere just dead? You get to have a little mystery box. If I crank this hub open and it's a pro torque, then Nurgle's Forsaken that works in the other bay touched this trailer and effed it up. You back? Welcome back. I might as well. Grab these two guys. There's only one rare left.
Don't lose him now. That beast is wrong. You fought well.
Did you not see that coming?
That's fun.
What do you think?
Has anyone made... Okay, here's the deal. I got a question. The rhetorical. I'm answering it myself. Has anyone made a build with Raven's Flock yet? Looks like some people are using it on... Brashta. I wanted to play it since the beginning, but as soon as I could afford the staff, it looked like it was terrible. Because I have an RF staff just waiting for me to... Like, it's got 43% increased minion. Only 93% increased minion damage. Max increased cast speed. Yeah, 5 Exalt for this that I paid, I think, 2 div back when I was like, ooh, I should grab this. Well, it's the first one that went up for a mirror, and I'm like, ooh, 2 div. Maybe it'll go up. Nope.
You.
What do you think?
Should we do my first ever theory crafting to see if there's anything I can do to make this skill better? I think I want area of effect and minion damage, right? Because it's considered minions. But I imagine you still do like the muster. Okay, let's do this. If I were to let's say I wanted to do a witch like infernalist. Or Abyssal Lich. Abyssal Lich doesn't get any minion skills. Regular Lich also doesn't get... Wait, this... I wasn't looking at Abyssal Lich. Oh, it does just switch that one. Okay, never mind. Considering the Lich and the Abyssal Lich. Rashta might be the way to go. Maybe not. I don't know how to um, and then instead of doing this, if I do show node power all stop. Is Spiraling Conspiracy a chaos skill?
For now we part.
It is. So chaos skill. snacklation. I kind of feel like it's a direct drop in for my Varishta. So if I go to import export build, I didn't mean to log out. I meant to log in. Okay, so if I were to skills items, add in. You cannot add supports into this group, but support gems in any of the groups socketed into the staff. So I have to do new, socketed in staff. So muster. I don't see a reason not to put in. So hulking minions. Chaos mastery. Yeah, I want magnified area. I just want to. Am I high enough level to equip this staff? Put it on. So if I were to add, magnified area 2. It does not increase its area. I think it'll increase the area of the.
You are truly a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, so that's very disappointing. I guess I don't have muster in it yet. Right, so if we put in. I have a muster cut already. Muster. In mastery. I think magnify area is doing anything. Helping minions. We had a minion mastery.
Go on.
A step closer to legend.
I lose a bunch of spirits, so I don't have all of the minions up that I normally would have up. I just want to see if this will do anything. Me use spiraling conspiracy or mad flight. It does nothing. Yeah, I just do so much more damage. Doing regular Rishta stuff. So there's got to be some. Is there any way to make it good? Because, like, I can have this, but I end up because you lose out on the scepter, you end up not being able to have very many minions for muster to be very good.
Hey everyone, in today's video I wanted to showcase my Ravenflock build. As it currently stands, the Ravenflock staff is lacking in damage. However, I wanted to see how far I could push the damage regardless of the restrictions to the scaling. I would say with my current build, I think the base damage needs to be at least buffed by at least 5 or 10 times the amount, and I was able to clear Arbiter and King of the Mist. However, I don't think it will do too well on the super juiced maps like Delirium 200. Due to the amount of survivability that we sacrifice for the damage. As my survivability currently stands, we're sitting at 2000 life, 300 energy shield, and 160 spirit. We do get our resistances almost capped on all stats, however our armor, evasion and block are pretty much zero. As for the actual damage itself, for the build that I was going for, the only damage that I cared about was winged entropy, and I was able to boost the damage up to 80,000 standing in the hideout without Raven stacks. However, with all 30 Raven stacks, we're able to boost this damage up to 200,000. Now, for a quick showcase, if we just pick any random map, chuck in this tier 15. Now this is not a super just map, but it is a tier 15, level 79. And when we get all 30 Raven stacks, as you can see, our damage is 161,000 for chaos damage and 40,000 for the physical, so 200,000 total for our dot damage. And we're very comfortably able to clear the enemies on the map. Everything dies pretty much instantly. Now let's quickly go over everything that lets us achieve this dot damage. Now this is my 4th character. I tried 3 different characters before selling on the Gemling Legionnaire because I wanted to try different synergies of uniques and the ascendancy nodes. Now the reason we choose the Gemling Legionnaire is because we get the +2 levels of all skills with intelligence. This applies to pretty much all of our minions along with the actual spiraling conspiracy. We also get the extra additional effect from gem quality and gem studded for the red buff, which gives us hits against you have no critical damage bonus. And all we have to do to activate this is make sure that we have more strength red support gems than dex and intelligence. Technically you can balance this and have all 3 buffs so long as each support gem has the same number, but since we're not using skills anyway, the other buffs don't matter. The other ascendancies that I was considering would have been the Ritualist for the Blood Boils, because there's an interesting interaction with the Ravenflock staff and the Aziri's Acuity. This line right here, 10% of physical damage dealt by your hits causes blood loss. This actually works with the staff. However, from testing a bunch of stuff, I wasn't able to find anything that would make this better. I want to share this just in case someone else is able to think of anything that could work. Now I'm just using the Plague Finger because you can Val Cultivate it for +1 levels of chaos skills, which brings the damage up further, and it's a pretty huge 64,000 and 16,000.
Okay. See.
Looks fine to me. Looks fine. They can't damage us, they're super slow and we just remove them. Yep, it is what it is. Hail Kingdom! And yeah, we got some nice skins in Pass of Exile too, but also we got some broken Varashta. Here what we have right now, basically we're running around and everyone is being destroyed by our uber overpowered Killari and also by our minions. Everything is frozen and we can shatter ground with Navira. For infinite damage loop, Navira shatters ice ground. That's where the magic happens. She reapplies ice ground and we can basically destroy these guys all over again. It's insanely broken, overpowered and funny build that already cleared Pinnacles and Main Arbiter. And there will be links in the pinned comment. So it's time to make something funny, I guess, because build is already powerful and we get almost unlimited presence area. It goes beyond
weird,
the screen,
but
that's the green line. We are very tanky with 9k energy
I play on my Steam
shield.
Deck sometimes,
And again,
so I'm
damage
used
is
to
just
it.
crazy. And it's really important to not make it worse. I guess this will be the main target for today. I like clearing breaches with this build. It's truly amazing, which will slow enemies by 15% and improve slowing debuffs on them. and will give us increased reservation efficiency, which is kinda good, because my build right now is based on all minions. Like, I really mean all minions. We get all the minions possible in all slots to drop Master Support Gem, which will give us 7% more damage for each different reviving minion, which is, again, completely brutal, because more is multiplicative multiplier. So, let's see how Ravenflock will fit us. Boom! Sadly, there is one less minion, but we got an aura. Let's turn everyone off and see how it works. So Ravenflock provides us with spiraling conspiracy. Bunch of ravens will circle around us and we will have command skill to fly and deal some damage. Okay, that's fine. Most importantly, ravens joins the flock every second while a rare enemy is in our presence, or when we defeat mini enemies. Okay. Command Mad Flight will give us ability to deal some attack damage as chaos damage, but we will reduce a raven's number. So that's definitely not the plan. I don't want to use this command skill. So that's not a unique enemy. And we're already getting some synergy because our presence area is insanely large.
Yeah, that's true if you're not used to it.
That's basically how it works. We come close, and when ravens touch enemies, they will deal some damage. So damage is not that great, and that's why everyone thinks it's kinda like bad stuff. Maybe it is, we'll see. And after using talisman, by the way, we lost animation. Can I regain back animation? Oh no, we don't have intelligence. What's going on? Yeah, my build is starving on attributes right now because we get dexterity based helmet, but don't worry, we'll fix it. Okay, now we're good. We get an aura. I want to beat some guys, and here we are. We got more ravens, and you see area is increasing. Every time we're getting more ravens. I wonder, will they leave the flock? So are they permanent? It definitely looks like we're dealing some nice damage right now. Oh, so when we get more ravens, we will get
starts
more
to
damage.
pick up
I
as
mean,
it
that's
gains
kinda
ravens
obvious,
in the
but
flock.
what damage we can expect? We're dealing 2k physical damage right now and 8k chaos. And every raven will multiply damage over time for 5% more. That's completely brutal, because technically they does not hit enemies, this aura, so I guess we can drop Swift Affliction on top to raise our damage by 30%. And guess what? We can drop Master. Even without any single minion, we already will have 13k chaos damage. But if I summon at least one copy of every other minion, look what will happen. We're getting 20k already. Let's increase area. Does it work? It does work, by the way. The main question: can we get this number higher by getting level to all minion skills? So for Winged Entropy, which is damage over time, we get 19.5k damage. For Mad Flight, which is our common skill, we got 16.6 DPS. And we're definitely improving our damage per second with Mad Flight by gaining more minion levels. But Winged Entropy does not benefit from it. So this area damage is actually completely useless. Let me turn everyone off right now and look what we can do. So we need to find a rare enemy in our presence. That's the minions. And minions means there's a rare enemy nearby. Okay, most important part, these guys are limited at 30 stacks, so we can't get higher than this. Let's see our common skill. So that's a common skill. We're kinda doing some damage, I guess. So it doesn't look like really OP to me. Just creates some weird area of ravens. We will focus more on AFK aura style. So let's get to one more map, and you know what? We got a problem. Little problem right now. We get only 4 sockets for our passives over here. So instead we will use Perfect Jubilar Orb on Ravenflock to boom, get 5 sockets. That's what we need. We don't care about skill level. And let's experiment with supports. So poison, will it work? Definitely not, because again it's not a hit damage. So technically we can't actually poison enemies.
This is
but
exactly what I was looking for.
we can do something cooler. We're dealing no fire or lightning damage anyway, so why don't we use Cold Attunement over here? It definitely outs cold damage to Mad Flight, but not to out damage over time. And we found one, hulking minions. So minions are gigantic. This means they will have higher reservation multiplier, but reservation for the skill is 0, so we don't care. And it actually increases damage. So yeah, just by standing still, we can increase our area of effect, because this guy is in my presence. Okie dokie. I guess for now we will just get concentrated area. And that's everything that does not work. So, let's see a performance. We hitting with 30k damage per second. Area is not that big, and we really easily destroy any trash targets. Oh my goodness. That's completely crazy. Still got Navira if needed. Oh, Rook Exile, you wanna PvP? Bro, you lost PvP, I guess. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, he definitely lost.
Yeah, but he's doing damage to
Oh
everything
my,
else.
I found something broken. Yeah, we landed on our final part. I don't like concentrated area because it reduces our area. But here's a fun part. Utrecht's Constellation, which will add +2 seconds to cooldown of the skill. That we will never use, so let's remove this crap. Will actually deal 8% more damage for each different skill with cooldown you have used in last 8 seconds. Guess what? Killari is a skill with cooldown, and he always a spammable ability. So just by spamming Killari few times, we already can raise our damage to around 16k, and that's on 0 stacks. That's basically on 0 stacks. So if we raise our damage to full stacks, if we spam our abilities to get Puppet Master and Undead Archon maybe, yeah, you see we are black, this means we are Undead Archon. We already dealing around 40k damage per second with this skill in crazy big area. Oh my goodness, it's already pretty nice, but you know there is a problem, there's a slight problem right now. How we will fight against bosses? Oh, the boss! Look at his life. It's not one shot of course, but it's not that bad either. Okay, but it can be better. So here's my main kinda problem right now. We removed Scepter and we lost level to all minion skills that affects Killari. We removed increased damage that also affects Killari, and we removed 130 spirit. Yeah, we gained minions deal increased damage. But is it that important? What's more important, we just lost our slot for Focus. And Focus provided us with nice defenses. And you know what? There's Focuses with plus level to all minion skills. But this trash without any energy shield costs 8 divine orbs? Oh no, we will do it ourselves. Boom! I got some Focuses over here. And we will make something really cool from them. Maybe. But you know what? First of all, let's actually finish our build. Getting insanely cool presence area is great. But you know what? I don't feel like we got enough minions right now. So probably this helmet will wait over here. Instead I got insanely new and cool and fun helmet that drops from Bodak, a pinnacle boss in ritual area. It will give us ability to build up freeze from physical damage hits. Enemies in our presence will be blinded, which will improve our protection, and it will be easier to hit them. And also Bodak will join us and hunt enemies in our presence. So we will make a real raid boss. But to wield this helmet we need slightly more strength. Luckily for us, I don't need dexterity anymore, so we can get a lot more strength instead of dexterity. And now look at her. Oh, she's glorious. Okay, now look over here. Let me turn everyone off again, so we can see how broken Bodak is. He is basically a screen clearing machine. Right now I'm pressing 0 buttons and he just chills and freezes everyone around us. We can use this Raven Flock ability to just see, will we build up freeze with it? And definitely no. So forget about this crap. But Bodak and our ravens will destroy everyone, so we don't even need to touch a single button. Oh my goodness, that's so crazy. These exiles just tried to fight me, but I'm stronger than the raid boss. I don't know, Bodak definitely looks like a cool companion. So I guess let's make this stuff even more broken. And here's the plan. I will use Blasphemy, because if you still remember, we inflict Grueling Madness, and Grueling Madness will slow down targets, but also it will improve slowing debuffs on them. We're not using pounds anyway, and we get nice reservation efficiency, which also will be upgraded by dropping some Gemcutter prisms on Blasphemy. And I don't know, but we need lots of slots for this. Because I just took Whispers of Doom. You can apply additional curse, but it will double activation of curses. Who cares when we don't have activation of curses? We basically apply curse in area around us. But what curses we will take?
Yeah, it
Definitely
feels
temporal chains
slow.
to slow enemies down even more. Vulnerabilities also make sense, because it will improve our physical damage. But here's a problem, it's only working for hits. And Killari already breaks armor, so we will reduce enemies' chaos resistance with despair. Definitely improving quality on the skills. And now look, we get double aura around us. However, our spirit is really in a little bit of trouble, so we can afford only low-cost minions. And that's our party of adventurers. The Bodak Queen and bunch of skeletons. So we got Frost Mage, maybe he will chill enemies a little bit. Storm Mage, maybe he will apply shock. Sniper Minion, he is cheap. Cleric Minion, he is cheaper. And River Minion, he is also cheap. We sadly can't use Brute anymore, we can't use Arsonist. And Mr. Kill Crab, my favorite buddy. Anyway, how it will feel right now. We're running around, applying 2 curses to enemies all the time. And our ravens already doing some nice damage, but it can be better. At least I hope, because with the
I feel like
ritualistic curse we
dropping the
will improve
minions-
curse area, and funnily enough, it can be.
So, wouldn't dropping the curse for more minions, different minions, mean that you get actually more damage because you get more multipliers? I guess you would need to get 3 minions for dropping the curse. But the more multipliers multiply everything's versus the curse is just the chaos damage on Spiraling Conspiracy.
Be combined with magnified area, unlike all other skills that does not allow 2 increased area effects. And heightened curse, of course, to improve magnitude. We got 2 more skill slots, actually 3. That's all like AFK stuff. Okay, I just realized we can't use heightened curse, it increases reservation efficiency, so let's forget about it. And here we go, It's just basic AFK style, we're just running around. And we actually crushing them. Oh my goodness, crazy good. But we can make it better with Will Piercer Amethyst Ring. First of all, we will be able to curse hex-proof enemies. That's insanely good buff for us. And curses will spread to enemies. That's also fine, we don't care. But we will gain Dark Wisp, which will increase magnitude of curses by 4%. And I don't know, but that's our heightened curse basically, but on steroids. Oh my. Anyway, let's see how we fight versus boss now. I like how Exile's trying to hit us, because we actually like raid boss to them. Okay, so that's the boss, and he is super slowed down. We're just melting him, he can't move. Oh my god, these curses are just amazing to fight versus bosses. So he's stunned, and I guess he will be out. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Okay,
the ability
this is
isn't
funny,
doing
but
most of the
let's make
damage.
it better. As I told you, we got 3 skill slots. So can we create something useful? I got few ideas. First of all, until I will find a little bit more spirit, instead of using skilled storm mages, we will improve our survivability with convalescence.
I didn't see the mods, but even if it had no mods, if it was a white map, that I guess if it's a white map, it was really slow. If it was like a heavily defensive map, it's still a little bit slow, right?
Today we are looking at the best and most optimized Exploding Minions Raven Flock build in Power of Exile 2 0.5. This setup is basically what happens when the minions will stop being your army and actually become walking bombs that carry your entire
Hello guys, Lit here. So this video will be an update for the Raven Flock, and I do some upgrades, I have some new tech, and also I learned some new discovery. As I use the skill more and more, I learn a little bit more about it and find a way to utilize it better. So this video will cover all of that. And on the showcase, as you can see, the build right now feels very good for clearing. The explode it just feels really nice. It makes the clearing really smooth even on the Elyriums. We do occasionally use the command skill from the sniper and also the mad flight to trigger the Archon of Undead, but most of the time you're just sprinting around and things explode. But sometimes some rare does survive, so we can just use mad flight to finish it off. It's not that big of a deal, but the clears feels really good. Now for the single target, we are relying on the mad flight, and apparently you can stack the mad flight. So if you put one mad flight down and you put a second one down, the first and the second mad flight apparently can hit the same target. So as you can see on the screen, you can see the ramp suddenly happens, and it's not just because the widow stack, stacking up, but it's because I'm keep putting down the mad flight, and the more mad flight you put down, the more damage you're going to do. And this basically make the minion cooldown recovery rate become a very important stat. So with the Archon up, I basically can almost spam the mad flight as long as I have the Raven, and as long as you hit the target, you usually always have your Raven back. And stacking the mad flight like this surprisingly give us a really good single target DPS. With one caveat, of course, because of the mechanic of the skills, if the enemy move around, then your mad flight basically do no damage, and that's just the mechanic of the skill, and there's nothing we can do about it. I really hope GGG changed the mechanic of the skill to be more practical than this, but for what we have right now, stacking the mad flight basically solved the single target issue. So now let's talk about the new gem that I put in. This is basically a tech that has been exist for a very long time, and this is very useful if you are playing Mana Stacker, which is using your minion and combine them with Essence Harvest. This is going to increase the resurfacing multiplier, so you do need more spirit, which I will cover a little bit when we're talking about the gear. But combining something like Wolfpack, it's going to give you 8 Wolf, and when each of them die, it will recoup 8% of your mana back to you. And this is also the same thing with Reaver and also Frost Mage. These 3 minions just exist to give us mana regenerations and also to boost the muster. And with this setup, we can reach around 1000 mana regens, which is a pretty good amount. Normally, we only have around 600 to 700, and this basically make the mapping feels very smooth. And if you get hit, we do have a good amount of recovery to recover our mana. And the other minion is Cleric. Cleric just helps revive minion. It does heal this 3 minion, but in practical,
That gives me an idea. Mana remnants. How much does Wolfpack reserve for spirit? $60 spirit. Okay, so that's a lot of spirit to be giving up for this, because it'd be double the other thing. Because like Wolfpack with unstable and recoup mana would be defensive. Yeah, but I'm thinking for the totem build, but we're getting Archmage on an amulet, which is more than Wolfpack. Anyway.
On the maps, they will always die, so you're always going to get your mana regens. And the Stormmates,
Yeah, if it was similar to Mana Remnants, it would be more consistent than Mana Remnants, I would think. Because the minion, you're taking no minion nodes, the minions would die, and then they'd respawn, and then they'd die, and they'd respawn, and you get 64% of your mana back every time they respawn.
is still very good minion to apply the shock, which increase our damage. And also sniper, this is basically our trigger for the Archon of Undead. And with the amount of minion cooldown recovery I have, I basically can spam the gas arrow until I get the Archon of Undead. So this is basically the trigger for the Archon of Undead. And the next one, I'm still using Reputations because this is just a lot of DPS if you can land the parry magnitude. And then Withering Presence, I do put Clarity here. This is not exactly mandatory. I have a little bit of Spirit left, so put in Clarity 1 here. Give me a little bit more mana regen. The important things about the Wither though, one thing that I forget before is the Wither duration. So the Wither interval is 1.4 seconds. So you're going to apply 1 Wither stack every 1 per second, and the maximum Wither stack on PoE 2 is 10. So you need the duration of the Wither very close to 14 seconds. Right now we are at 13.7, so it's not quite 14, but this is more than good enough. Basically, with the full Wither stack right now, we make the enemy take 120% more chaos damage based on the tooltip on the enemy in game. And the next one with the Blasphemy, I am now using Despair and Temporal Chain. Despair, of course, to reduce the chaos resistance of the enemy. The Temp Chain will slow everything down, makes the mapping really comfy. And this is also a good defensive layer. To slower the enemy move, the easier for you to dodge everything. And the slow also going to be amplified by the Cruelly Madness that inflicted by your Raven Flocks, so they get slow even more. And the new thing I put here is her declarations. This basically going to make the enemy in your presence is intimidated, and intimidated basically make the enemy take 10% more damage and also deal 10% less damage. And I also put the DLR Desire here. It's going to give 5% quality for the Blasphemy, and quality of the Blasphemy is reservation efficiency. It's not that big of a deal, but if you can afford DLR Desire, it's going to reduce your reservations. And the quality also apply to the Temp Chain and also the Despair, so both of them get extra curse magnitudes. As for the Sparring Conspiracy, it's still basically the same thing. I'm using Masters with Affliction and Hulking Minions, Minion Mastery, and also Beating 2 for the single target. And hopefully on the reset or next patch on 1.0, we do have a proper sword gem for this skill, because if we get the proper support gem, for example, like if we can use something like Feeding Frenzy, the damage of the Spirit Conspiracy will be a lot better, because right now we are very starved in terms of like more multiplier. And for the item, the first update is this chest. I finally get the Spirit on the chest. I quite stubborn about this, I don't know why, but getting the Spirit on the chest basically released the pressure of the Spirit on this character. So having the Spirit on the chest really make things a lot easier. And this is actually using Medved Tending. Basically you can get the maximum mana and also maximum life. Ideally you want the energy shield, but maximum life is also not that bad. And then the base Feeder Raymond give us the damage taken from mana before life 10%, so there's additional damage taken from mana before life. I'm right now at 77%, so this is quite good. Usually I will aim a range of 70 to 80%. That I think is a sweet spot. And having this chest actually make me to not have to take this 3 node over here. So we basically free up 3 skill points because of this chest. And the next upgrade that I made is this ring. This is a mnemonic ring. The way to get this ring is just using Breach. You just use the Genesis ring to get the mnemonic ring with minion increased damage, and you basically try to fracture them. This is pretty hard to get. I think I spent like few 100,000 of high blood. It's really hard to get, and this one is I think like T2. I tried to get T1, but it's really hard to get them. So I end up just settling with T2, and I use Chaos Orb to get the T1 mana, and also use the Essences to get the maximum mana on the prefix. And after that, you just try to perfect Exile.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we just keep going.
King calls, and I
Tell that stranger. You are seen. Float. You escaped me once before. Never again.
Oh my god, so many guys here all of a sudden. I don't know where the thing went. walked right by it. Trying to decide what to record next. I was thinking maybe a build overview type of video or something. Yeah, like what is your YouTube channel called? Because I wanna see what you have. Because I want to see, like, I wanted to see what you were doing.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Still alive.
Good, good.
And I did manage to get a hold of the sorry, my brain's hurting. The focus or foci.
Which one?
The unique focus that I was supposed to upgrade to, not the 2-socket one, but the 1-socket one.
The like 30 divine one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't upgraded to that yet.
Well, I mean, you were trying to go for the 2-socket one, and that one's like 75.
Well,
At least.
I was looking at upgrading to either.
Oh.
This looks like you, right here, you know.
So what charms are you using?
I don't know. Stun, freeze. Stun, ignite, and slow. yeah, because I can't be frozen because of the ring.
One good one that might be useful is the Arakali's Gift, because when you become poisoned, you'll gain. It does recovery for mana and life, 20% of your flask. So if you move to the Uhtred's Chalice, which the overflow does work.
Yeah, but it hurts your life. It drains your life.
Yes, but I found, at least when I looked at my gear, the boots, it only took 8 energy shield off for 50 runic ward.
Well, let me look to see what it would take off for me, because
Yeah, you're gonna have to look because it's different.
234, so I would lose.
Yeah, just look at all
60.
of your gear. Yeah. All of
My
your
gloves
not
are
corrupted gear.
93 to 84. That's 9.
It's feels really random because my gloves have really low. They're 136, but it took like 40 off of those. But then the boots had like 250 something, and it only took 8 away. But everything else, it wanted to take a ton away. So I'd just check your gear and see if it's feasible.
Yeah, I like having the mana flask. No, see, it's still draining me. It says I should. Oh, I never actually did the gloves.
Yeah.
I'll have to take it back off once I eventually upgrade my gloves, because the higher my gloves are, the more that's going to matter.
Well, that's why I said it feels random, because like I said with the boots, my boots have way more energy shield than my gloves, but my gloves it wanted to take 40 away from, but my boots it only wanted to take 8 from. So it's I don't know what their system is doing for determining how much to take it off.
It has to do with
how much
the
energy shield it
base.
takes.
So if your boots are a lower tier base, it'll be affected less.
Okay. Because I was just thinking, because doing it with the Uhtred's Chalice and then having Arakali's Gift, you get immunity to poison, which you're kind of weak against to begin with because you have a small life pool. And when it activates, you recover 20% of your mana flasks. Up to 20% of your mana flasks.
The poison comes out of your mana. Because it bypasses energy shield, but minor matter doesn't care about that.
Oh, okay. But still, you get poisoned, and I mean that's chaos. I don't know what your chaos resistance is at, but
50-ish. I think
you're still weaker against it.
I'm a little bit weaker than that, but I've noticed that poison doesn't do much against me because my mana regen is so high that it counteracts the poison most of the time. So it's not that big of a deal to me. I don't think poison's what's getting me killed.
Probably not. Oh, you could upgrade your... Because you said you have one for slows. You could just upgrade that to Follow the Axe, where you'll get Onslaught if you get slow.
Yeah, I think I'm okay because I just wanna get upgrade, like the shield upgrade, or the one that you already just got. It's my next upgrade. I just
Yeah.
need to actually farm divines to do it.
No, I mean, you don't need divines in order to get Fall of the Axe. It's only worth exalts.
No, I just don't care about it.
Well, yeah. My next upgrade, when I get another 20 divines, is I'm gonna try and craft the chest piece.
I don't know. It cost me like 60 div to make mine.
Ooh, 60?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got a
suppose
little
that's
bit
luck.
unlucky. I got a little bit unlucky, but I wouldn't expect to spend. Well, so the base is a div, right? To get the first item that you need is 1 div, and then you need to get a 1 in 3 fracture, right? So fracturing costs 5 div when I was doing it. So it's 15 div just to get past the fracture, on average. And the ones that miss the fracturing don't really do very much. And then I spent like 20 div worth of just chaos rolling.
I don't understand the fracturing.
What do you mean?
There's nothing about fracturing in the written guide. Is it only
Yeah, it
in
is.
a video guide?
Oh,
No,
and
I see.
yeah, in the video guide they talk about it. Where's the written guide? Let me.
Well, there's. I just like mid game 2. Looking at the written, it doesn't say anything about it, but
Mid game 2.
it does say that there's a video.
Mid game 2. Mid game 1 is where.
No. Mid game 1 doesn't have the. Mid game 1 has the spirit chest, then mid game 2 has the maximum mana chest.
Oh yeah, right here, first one. Now that you have Wrath, used to be Wrathpith after the body armor. It's body armor after Wrathpith now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the
'Cause I
written
understand if it talks
doesn't
about it
list
in the
anything about
video.
crafting. It
No, other than
mentions it is, and you need to use a specific rune in it, but it doesn't tell you how to do it. It's not like a step-by-step guide. So yeah,
Yeah.
you need to watch the video to know what you need to do, because it is buy one that has the percent energy shield, then fracture the percent energy shield. Once you have the fractured percent energy shield, then you chaos roll until you get the percent mana. It doesn't matter which roll of percent mana you get. Just chaos until you get it. Because you can always divine to get it, because it's one roll. There's no tiers, right? So you can always divine it to where you want it to be. And then you exalt slam it and hope. Oh no, then you abyss prefix it and try for flat energy shield, and then you exalt slam it and hope. So, and then if you miss on the abyss, then you have to omen of light it. If you miss on the exalt slams, then you just have to either re-roll with chaos, with suffix chaos, or re-roll or annul these suffixes off. So yeah, I have a bunch of failed chess pieces in my stash. Cal made 2 upgrades in your build, a new, oh jeez. New scepter and new helmet. Okay. Let's see if this is updated. $526 energy shield in your helmet. Nice. And plus plus 1 to maximum mana per 2 energy shield. So basically 50% more mana from your energy shield in your helmet. So you got 526, which would be 750, 763. 763 mana just from your helmet. Plus you have 36 flat mana. $799 mana. Oh, and then you got intelligence, which is another 62 mana. It's a 861. Before all of the multipliers, which I think my multipliers give me 70-ish% more. So here's a thing you can do to your scepter. There's a currency that you can use in your scepter that will turn that discipline to a level 20 discipline. Not that that's going to be a huge difference. I saw it the other day.
No, I mean 18 to 21's like 50? 60?
20, not 21.
Well, if I said 21, that was wrong. I meant 20.
Yeah.
That's like 50 or 60. So it's not really huge, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much it costs. and if it would be worth the cost. But if you're to the point of min-maxing, it probably is. It's actually damaging me. No, just glitched and showing up still. $26 divine right now. Yeah, 26 div is a decent chunk of change to spend on upgrading it from 18 to 20, but if you've got nothing else to spend the 26 div on, and you spent more than that crafting, then, you know, and then you corrupt it, right? And hope that you blessed orbit, actually, probably. All of the shadows? What the heck is that? Looks like it's not super expensive. Yeah, there's one that's Stoic Scepter 19 discipline. There we go. I got higher level discipline. Nope, this one didn't hit. Well, yeah, but if you're gonna use the item on the discipline scepter to like it, then the scepter is what it matters. How much you spent on the scepter for upgrading the scepter, because you wouldn't want to spend 26 div on a scepter that's worth 3. But if you've already spent 150 div rolling the scepter, 26 is kind of a drop in the bucket.
This is what we have
For
available.
now, we part.
I almost didn't do the mirror thing, because I'm pretty sure this has a mirror in it. Unique jewelry. 1 mage blood, please. One of your crafted rings sold today for 380 div. But that still means you lost 200 div on it. While rage crafting 1 more to sell, and at a loss as well. Never crafting rings again. I think crafting in PoE 2 is so random.
Didn't you say something in an earlier stream about you thinking it needed to be even more random?
No. Well, kind of. So the way why can't select one map. So what I think is there needs to be 2 levels of crafting. One that is more random, one that is less random, and you can have crafting in the middle. But I think the more powerful it is, the more random it should be. And the more conservative it is, the less random it can be. Why wouldn't it let me just pick one map? does pick one map, but it won't let me pick any of the maps that are highlighted.
That's weird.
I'm gonna zone out, zone back in. I thought it disappeared for a second.
I'm gonna AFK for a little while. Or a long while. No more than an hour. I'll be back.
Okay. Nope. Even different characters doesn't do it. Okay. I will also be right back. But much less than an hour. Stand back.
Take your time.
For now, we part.
Nobody wants to buy this body armor.
That's better. You may have been dreaming before.
So I've got a new idea. They're liking to add waypoints to mechanics, so you can do them in the order you want instead of doing them in the order you find them. I think they only did it to one so far. They should do that for ritual, because I want to do this whole map and then do the center ritual first if it exists. If it ends up not existing, then I've done it for, like, I have a whole bunch of backtracking for nothing. Nice. Ooh, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A very rare unique item, or a perfect chaos, or a perfect exalted. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, perfect chaos is probably the way to go. I'm gonna do the very rare unique item. We're gonna see how it goes. Coworker struck again. Well, that's what coworkers are there for. In an ideal world, you'd have a job where you had no coworkers and no customers. Okay, I need to back away from that. I need to fight him alone.
A tidy sum.
I don't think that was worth it. You have no customers, you work in corporate dealing with aviation related stuff. My younger brother was in the Air Force and he worked on the Ospreys. He was an avionics technician on Ospreys. And no matter what you think, you may not have people you call customers, but you have people that fill that role. Because because a customer is anybody who wants something from you. So if nobody wants anything from you, then yeah, you don't have customers. But I imagine you also don't have a job. When I was doing process automation for the local government, we would call our coworkers that we were doing the project for our customers.
Now that's a find.
Yeah, one thing he kept saying about his job is that avionics technician sounds impressive, but he was a glorified box replacer because he knew how to test to figure out which avionics equipment was broken, and he would pull the broken one out, put a new one in, and then send the broken one out for repairs. So if like the compass module was bad, he would be able to tell it was that, no matter what the actual issue was. So he figures out it was that, and then pulls it out, puts a new one in. What are they called? The Shadow.
Seems like a good deal.
Doing a rare, unique item. Will it be rarer than, or at least more valuable than, the very rare? I don't think so. Yeah.
Have you come to join, my beloved?
You will join them!
I didn't find the last two rituals, and I was about to just be done. I'm bad at this game. Dude, so many uniques just spawning. Like, I don't mind it. Another Call of the Shadows.
This is what we have available. Deal. Good fortune.
Goodbye. Speed. cultists back.
Yeah, Wrathpith or just better gloves. Maybe boots. They're not particularly good. Although I am using the 11th spirit on my boots to be able to have my 5th totem up. I think if I do Wrathpith and see where I'm at mana-wise, and then probably gloves are next, and then boots after that. should really look at what I need for challenges and get challenges done. Probably not very. I mean, if you're well over the survivability and damage limit, you probably could. And Blink is nice, but it's not like... I don't know. Just chaining the bosses. Yes, yes, keep coming. Too bad I don't have a million rerolls. Another Call of the Shadows. Something made the big noise. Quick augment, maybe? No, what made the big noise? Not that. Am I just crazy? I swear something made the divine noise, like a divine dropped. I must be crazy. Yeah, I should have done the omen, the other omen.
This is what we have available. Don't spend. Carry on.
I am the Cather, the duality. The truth will be illuminated before me. I am the
See what those are now.
fire, but it's something.
spirit. Another wisp. Here we go. Look sharp. That base is marked. Almost there. Don't give up now. That was no easy prey. Well thought.
Seven rerolls. Base breakers aren't worth anything anymore. 5x? Not worth it. I found a couple of them. Well, one div. Nice. Keep up. Get a phone call. I'll be right back. Hey. Wrong number. It is though whittling. So I should be able to buy that whittling.
waiting.
Interesting. It's like, you know what? We're gonna do 12 of the map boss in this one. I'm gonna buy the whittling, and this one, and that one, and this one, and that one.
Go on.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can. All right, your order is registered.
Oh, there's 3 more hot fixes since I last looked. Oh, it's only 27 div to get a single socket. What am I at? I'm at 24. I could probably find
Go on.
find some.
I'll post it right away. I'll post it right away. All right, your order is registered. Let's see if there are any takers.
I can get a couple more. Okay, so if I did 30. I get 196 versus 156. So 40 additional mana.
Let's see if there are any takers. I'll post it right away. I'll fill that in as soon as I can. I'll post it right away. All right, your order is registered. Let's see if there are any takers. I'll fill that in as soon as I can. I'll fill that in as soon as I can. I'll post it right away.
64 exalted into divines. 3.
Let's see if there are any takers.
I got up to the 30 div, so let's see how much I can get. 30 div, I can get 196. Oh, that 196 has increased armor, evasion, energy shield in it. Okay. So I have a Wrath Pith now. And in it, okay, so 24 to 37 instead of this has gone down. Average damage per use 74. If I switch this in, oh no, yeah, 94. So I'm losing 2,000. I'm like losing 20% of my damage by switching to the Wrath Pith.
We're wearing it down.
I feel like I'd said that you'd lose damage.
got some goods in.
So I'm gonna do... Is there a cheap boss fragment that I can boss and test the two against? Does this come back down in price at all? Dumb. I have Audience with the Kings. Well, I want to make sure it's like a zero mod thing. Okay, so there's an Audience with the King here that I can get to with one map. And that one I can get to right away. So, I'm going to run this one map. And then I'm going to do both Audience of the Kings. One with the wand and one with the Wrath Pith. Oh, I should put that mana mind gem in.
All right, your order is registered.
It's my perfect mind rune. Gets me up to 5,500 mana.
So Wrathpith or Wand.
Well, I have to run a regular map first before I can do the 2 bosses. One on each. Right now I'm running the Wrath Pit. It does feel similar. I think the tooltip DPS went down, but the actual DPS might have gone up.
Oh, hey, if you don't know where to put a point with Wrathpith, I can tell you 100% certain Sacrificial Blood does now work, so that's a node for 40% increased spell damage.
Does not work?
It does work.
Oh.
I tested it just to make sure, and it does increase both skills damage.
Increase the explosions damage?
Yeah. So if you have a free point, you can put it there.
Wrathpith is giving me a percent of cost as health. Right?
No.
And so
no,
that
it's
one
giving you
node...
a percent of your HP as additional cost.
Right. Which means that there's a cost on the
or
spell.
percentage the cost. There is a cost on your.
If I can finish what I'm saying.
The Grim Pillars.
If I can finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
What that means is you can drop the one node that gives you 3% of skill mana cost converted to life cost, because you're only doing that to have a life cost for
Except
the node.
it doesn't work on totems.
Yeah, but I'm casting other spells.
Well, yes, you can. It's just if your totems are a main way of keeping your HP under 100%, then your totems will no longer cost HP if you take that node out.
Right, but the totems are not my main way of keeping my HP under 100%.
Okay. Then you should be fine.
And doesn't Wrathpith work on totems?
Not directly on the totem skill, but on the skills the totems cast, yes. I know, it's kind of weird. Because, yeah, I took that node out, too, and put it over in the Sacrificial Blood, but then suddenly Totem is just a mana cost, but the skills inside of it were still had a cost.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't, because the Totem skill isn't a channeling, so it should be adding that life cost onto the spell totem itself, but it doesn't.
Since I have no regen.
Yeah. Nice, easy to get 40% damaging increase.
It's your lucky day.
Yeah, for this test, I won't do it. Well,
I wouldn't, because you're. Well, I mean, you could if you're gonna test and use both.
yeah. I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna do a different one. So. Yeah, because actually, the totem's not costing life is nice, because then I'm not eating into my life every time I'm casting totems. And I just have to cast Frost Bomb or Elemental Weakness, and because I don't have any life regen, I stay at that under max the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, does Crux of Nothingness get the effects of the Waystone? I thought it was going to be a boss with no modifiers on it. Okay, so we're going to do... Okay, so this has nothing that stops my damage. Do another one that has nothing that stops my damage.
The king calls. I answer. One last time.
Keep running. Dark effigy. You escaped me once before. This is where your fellow Magi met their ends.
Blood for blood.
Oh, and don't forget to, when you do the other version of the test, to unallocate that, since it won't work.
Yeah, and I'll have to reallocate back to the other one.
Yeah. And if the wand was better, then maybe that will make them a little more equal.
Ask your Triumph for aid. The Wildwood's power is mine.
Ooh, perfect exalted. That felt okay.
Old wolf.
Take this one back out. Put this one back in. But that way. The other crux. It's right here. Sort of our evasive would hurt me. Feeble would hurt me. Less effective curses on monsters would hurt. grab a different different waystone. This one. That's the one I'm gonna do.
Kill the stranger. Mark for death.
I feel like the I feel like the wand is better.
Do you remember this maze? Down you'll go. You helped grow it.
I wouldn't be surprised. +5 to spells is pretty powerful.
This is where your fellow Magi met their ends. The Wildwood's power is mine!
Other than almost dying to being frozen in a tornado on me, which has nothing to do with the wand versus the scepter, the wand is better currently.
Or at least the legacy wand is. The
And this isn't a
non-legacy
particularly
is gonna be a
good
little
legacy
worse.
wand. So, once I switch to using... So I'm going to keep this Wrathpith. Because once I switch to Critical Strike, and switch out of the Grand Spectrums into the Cluster Jewels. Not Cluster Jewels, what are they called?
Time
Lost.
Yeah.
I think Time Losts are next for me. You know what would make it better is having more actual mana, which I would get by having better gloves and better boots because they're kind of low. Oh, and significantly better helmet. Although I don't want to lose the Spirit Reservation yet. Yeah, I think for now I need to stick with the wand. And eventually... There's Ingenuity with 30% and 23. That's better than what I'm using.
I mean, if you had 3 div, I'd say just get a 29/29.
Yeah.
I'll post it right away. fill that in as soon as I can.
I have 4 div.
This is interesting and concerning.
What's that?
Archon of the Storm seems to only affect Spark and not... At least it looks like it only does with when you're looking at the tooltip in your tree.
Do some brand whatever's tablets. Radiant tablet and Perseer tablet, I guess. Those are my 2 tablets for this.
Another step into the past.
There's 3 divine immediately, so I'm gonna grab that.
Nice.
Care about that. But the unique, sure, we'll do. There's 3 new.
Not bad for a woman.
Oh, on your new character, I think you have to go to... You can pick up your free skill point from the sacrifice skill point. If you haven't done that, I think you have to go to
I forgot about that. And yes, you're definitely right. I do. And I never did, and crap. Well, at least I can still go do it after this map.
Yeah, I never did it on my other character either. I don't think I did it on any of my other characters.
Nothing to sneeze at. Speed.
Also, speaking of gem levels, spell totem needs to be level 14. Grim Pillars is a level 20. Okay, so I did upgrade that. Frostbomb's only level 19, but I don't think that matters. So is Elemental Weakness. Fulgen's level 20.
None may leave this accursed island.
Another step into the past.
Ooh, 2 more divine orbs. Nice. Ooh, what's this one gonna be? Yeah, I'm still gonna do it because it's got a lot of things on it, but okay, so I think that I skipped going to the north. I'm going to come down here, grab this. This. Grab that. Right, there you go. There's my 2 divine orbs. For a second there, I thought I might have accidentally went a different route than I had initially planned and then didn't grab the 2 divines. Very sad. So as good on as I was on maps before, I'm extra good on maps now. There's that one. Advanced level 18 blink. Hands of silk. Nick, are you enjoying this build as much as you were enjoying the other build? Okay. So,
I'm thinking.
Oh. Get the wheel fixed and it solved the ABS issue as well? I mean, 2-for-1 special.
I am very much enjoying this one. As far as much as the other one, probably pretty similar. So Morgan's Insight. I'm not sure. Is that really even useful? Because I mean, with that, your only freeze buildup would be coming from Frost Bomb.
What even useful?
Morgan's Insight. You cannot consume freeze buildup anymore, but so you're only causing any freeze buildup with Frost Bomb, which kind of sounds like it would be a little hard to freeze any enemies anymore.
I mean, I
Or
definitely
to
I'm
consume.
using it. I definitely am freezing enemies.
With Frost Bomb or without?
I haven't used Frostbomb in a little while. It seems to be without.
That's weird.
I wonder if something's causing it to fly differently. No, I'm not freezing this guy.
Because both skills have the tag cannot freeze after putting that in. Cannot cause freeze buildup. Which then the only freeze buildup is coming from Frost Bomb. But then again, Biting Frost also had that, which is... Then your only freeze buildup is from Frost Bomb. I didn't really pay attention to what gems I was putting in before, but now it's... I don't... How... Does Frostbomb put enough freeze buildup down? It doesn't seem like it.
To sell it for you.
But I can't tell how much freeze buildup it's doing.
Another step into the past.
We just frost bomb something quick.
Even after it explodes, no freezes.
So okay, let me look at this again.
Because I mean, you're not even getting Nature's Exchange without freezing something. Yeah, I think especially your boss fights are too short for it to actually do anything. Even if you were managing to do decent freeze buildup with Frostbomb, the battles aren't long enough for Frostbomb alone to cause enough to freeze anything.
trying to find if she talks at all about. 'Cause I remember there being a reason to be using Biting Frost. Oh. Okay. This is why I use Biting Frost. Grim Pillars is a runic spell which will create ice crystals which will damage enemies on spawning and then again if blown up. To blow them up, we use something that consumes a freeze on an enemy. In this case, Biting Frost. The explosion damage caused by this will basically kill bosses in seconds on its own. So we need Biting Frost for our spark to be destroying the pillars. That's what it was.
Okay, but then
So
why
you should be getting
Morgan's
the buff
insight?
because the pillars are considered frozen. So you're consuming a freeze. So you should get the buff instantly.
Okay, so you are consuming a freeze every time you kill one of your own pillars. And you're killing them instantly because you're using something that consumes a freeze.
Correct. Otherwise, they wouldn't be dying instantly. That's the way I read it now.
Good news.
Okay, now I understand. Don't know that the thorns damage is worth it, but it's good defensively.
It's just something, as opposed to.
And it is 10% more if you yeah, it is 10% more than Biting Frost. So it is some damage increase, but then it's also defensive at the same time, which is kind of cool.
So Val says eventually you won't need that, and Spark will have so much DPS it'll blow the pillars up anyways, and we will also get reduced life on the pillars later on. I'm gonna look at the skill gems for mid-game part 2. Still has Morgan's Insight. Endgame swaps it out for Radicus Flow.
Ah.
Yeah, previously we were using Biting Frost 2 to guarantee that every time Spark hit Grim Pillar, and it wasn't Biting Frost 2, it was effectively the same but slightly better.
All the gear in Endgame is the same, so the
Grim Pillars Ice Crystals only have 11k health, so if we can guarantee that each Spark does at least 50% of their health each hit, we can just rely on that alone to destroy them, making Biting Frost obsolete. This can at first just be replaced with projectile acceleration, which will feel quite nice, but the real goal is to save up for Radicus Flow. Radicus Flow doesn't stack with Elemental Weakness Frost Bomb, so because that brings them into negatives, and then Radicus Flow converts them back into positives. So we stop using Elemental Weakness Frost Bomb.
So Spark needs to do around 5k damage. Which is probably something that it'll be able to do after the time lost sapphires. So I believe you change your tree when you get those too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you go all the way down there. All the way to...
Yeah,
all the way down to
there's
the
a
hollow
skill
palm.
point called Shattered Crystal. Reduces 60% reduced light, ice crystal light.
No, wait. It doesn't look like it's taken.
You don't take it
At least not
until
mid-game.
yeah, you don't take it until after, like at the end when you are dropping. 'Cause it does nothing for you if you're using Ice Bite and instantly destroying the pillars. But once you're not using Ice Bite anymore and you're using something else, then the 60% less makes a big difference.
Okay, so until you get that support, you're in mid-game, and the only difference between mid-game and mid-game 2 and end-game is that support. From the look of it. Oh, that support and that one skill point.
Mid-game part 2.
Still goes all the way down to hollow palm.
Yeah, I'm looking at the gear. Okay, mid-game part 2, end-game part 1. It'll tell you high-end mana stacking scepter. So scepter change. Replacing Biting Frost with Retico's Flow. At Ziri's Communion and permanent low life. It's a support in Blasphemy, causing anything in it to now reserve life rather than spirit. With this, we can pick up Whispers of Doom and add in both Enfeeble and Temp Chains. Put Clarity and Warm Blooded in the last 2, and we'll now be at low life, meaning we get the full power of Pain Attunement. So Aziri's Communion is not only an EHP increase due to you getting both Enfeeble and Temp Chains, it's also a DPS increase.
Permanent. How? Let me go, and I need to look at this.
Yeah, so there are some minor tree changes, and some major skill changes, and a new scepter. That's the only thing in Endgame Part 1 right now. Aziri's communication has gone stupid in price. Val bought his at 70 divine. It's over 320 now. Communion, not communication. Yeah. Oh.
Another step into the past.
Communion. And you don't use that until mid-game part 2.
I thought that was an endgame change.
It says it talks about Edziri's communion in part 2. But it's not saying that you.
It's probably talking
use
about
it.
getting ready for it. Where does it talk about it?
The very end of part 2, something about.
Oh yeah.
Losing something
In the
and
next variant, we'll be able to add it back in to the build with Edziri's communion. Because you can only have either the Blasphemy Enfeeble or Clarity 1 to Stronghearted and Warm-Blooded. You get to pick one of those two things. And you end up getting all of it once you use Edziri's communion. And so it's just mentioning that you have to pick one now. Eventually you'll get it all. Here's another big one. What is it you got? Probably the 3 Chaos Orbs there. That's worth more than the other ones. Definitely come down and grab that. Really need that. This is a minor one. Add one actually. Don't worry about going all the way over there. So we're gonna come down and grab this. What's this one? Not that, but we're gonna come down and grab this. That. This one time at band camp, you don't even know what movie that's from, do you? I mean, I do. This is good enough. I'm gonna call this good. New Kid does not. divine orb. Nice. And a stale crevice. That stale crevice had nothing good in it. So I've come to terms with the fact that I am old now. I can tell myself I'm not that old because I'm in college. But so older than probably most of the other people in the course.
Hey, isn't the default cooldown of Archon 20 seconds?
I think so.
Then something funky's going on.
Why is that?
Well, because I thought things like exhaust all power, the Archon recovery period expires 30%. I thought that was supposed to make it go, like, you'd be longer in, or it wouldn't be, to make it so you'd be in Archon more often.
Yeah.
But I'm still getting 20-second cooldown.
How old? Okay. How old do we think Val is? Do I get to ask any questions before I make a guess?
Oh, I think I get it. Exhaust all power is nullifying the resurging action. So there's 45% faster recovery, and then there's 30% slower recovery. And they nullify each other out.
You know, I'm not good at 20 questions, so I don't know why I asked. I should ask. I feel like you're probably... Maybe I should watch one of your YouTubes quick, so I can hear your voice, see if I can gather any information from that. You sound young? Okay. Okay, so I am going to hit play on one of these videos quick.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about my favorite farm of the league this season with zero rarity.
Sound.
So I know it's everyone's favorite topic to talk about rarity again, but
you sound mid-20s.
This farm has just been absolutely insane all season. The numbers are there in front of you. Last time I made a video talking about this, I had 650-ish, give or take, divines. We're over 800 now. So I was going to go over the tablets that I've been using and the type of maps that we have been running. These tablets are not cheap in the slightest, but the main stats that you want on these tablets is going to be the extra rares that are spawning afterwards. So you ideally want
Sound mid-20s. And if you think that sounds young, I'm gonna say no. No, I got questions I can ask. Which do you prefer, the older Star Wars movies or the newer Star Wars movies? Which trilogy would you say are the best? The original three, the middle three, or the newest three? Never watched Star Wars. Okay. How about Demon Slayer says, "What's your favorite cartoon growing up?" I think that is a little bit too on the nose because cartoons change enough that you'd get within a decade. But favorite band is a good one. See, I don't know that either. Card or tin can, because like tin can, I guess you drag it behind the bike, and card you stick in the spokes. I didn't either. I don't even understand how you stick a card in the spokes. The spokes are loose, or not loose. They have gaps bigger than a card. You crush the can over the top of the wheel? Never even heard of that. I guess the nodules on the wheel would make a lot of noise. Okay. More into rap than bands. Okay, artist then instead of band. I've found that I like rap more than I thought I did. Um, but the topic has to be um not like gang banging rap. As long as the topic is okay. And I don't like it when like every other word's a swear word, because it's just I don't swear a lot. I feel like swearing a lot takes the meaning away from the words. So I swear more than I used to. Favorite artist growing up was M. Is M short for Eminem, or is M an art? I gotta look up. So M rap is medical education, apparently. And I've never heard of that, the other one. Um, if M stands for Eminem, okay, then I would say you're probably about my age, which I would say maybe a little bit younger. I would say you're, well, no, you could be. I'm gonna say 35. And I'm also gonna look up. I can't play this on. That'll get me shut down on YouTube. Not even close? Am I guessing too young or too old?
I am gonna guess older than the sun.
That's just mean. Too old. Okay. Yeah, you couldn't have been much older than that and still been listening to Eminem while growing up. Although I listened to Eminem, but was I closer to right with guessing your age off your voice in mid to late 20s? We'll say like 28.
Another step into the past.
Very close. Turned 27 this year earlier on. So yeah, I guess my age difference between you and I, when you said you sound young, like, yeah, 20 25 sounds pretty young. The mid 20s. So I was closer. Man. I am old. How about you guess my age now?
My hint is that he's older than the universe.
I mean, first of all, mean. Secondly, not that much of a hint. It could be that just I'm better at hearing age and voices than the people that have told you sound young. Like, I don't doubt that you sound young. No, I don't mind. I'm like I am old. I know I'm old. I'm not gonna be offended if you think I'm older than I am. Let me tell you a example that will really narrow it down quite a bit. My oldest friend has retired 2 times. That same friend, when I was 5 years old, was the responding officer to when I got hit by a car. Watched the debut of Samurai Jack? I never watched Samurai Jack.
Shake the tree, see what? Oh.
My oldest friend, let's see if he's online. I think he's been friends, view friends. He is not currently playing video games. He was on the other day. He was on 2 days ago. And he plays a lot of Borderlands. Like, yeah. Mid to late 30s. As you know, honestly, with not much to go on, that's not too far off. But we'll go a little bit older than that. Oh, I could have turned to the surface. Interesting. interesting glitch. Yeah.
Hey, do you know if Uhtred's Saga is worth more than 3 Greater Chaos Orbs?
If you use Exile UI, it'll tell you. I don't know off the top of my head. I use Exile UI. I think it is.
You are like an ad.
I am like an ad. One of the guys you talk to every day in PoE is in his 40s. Friend with him for a few years now. Yeah. I'm early 40s. We'll go with early 40s, like very early 40s. Currently going back to college to get a degree because I never got one, and it's holding me back. Was not very lucrative. Is there any more grand expeditions? Okay, I'm gonna grab an expedition logbook. And should I grab... It's gone way up. So, Uhtred's Saga is with 257 exalts.
I think the K3 Greater Chaoses is worth a little more than that.
Oh, it's
right now.
Okay, Greater Chaos. I happen to have 3 Greater Chaos and 2 Exalted Orbs is 304 for 3 of them.
Okay, yeah, so I was right. Worth a little bit more.
Let's just do it. I'm gonna use the Uhtred Saga that I have. Something fishy with nothing to drink. Why did you move? Where? I got 2 grand expeditions. One of them with the deadly map boss. I don't know if that was worth it. You think you're 32, you quit counting and lost track? Yeah. Happens. Also got no kids, no misses to stress me while I play PoE. Life's good. I have no kids. I have 2 pugs. I do have a wife, but she also plays video games. So we, the first thing I ever bought my wife before we were even dating was a copy of Rift so that we could play video games because it was a somewhat long distance relationship. We weren't dating yet, but if she accepted my copy of Rift, it was not that far off of being a thing. And then, you know, we've been married for more than 10 years now. Your kids are chaos entities? Well, I mean, I don't think that, I think that has to just due to proximity with you. They're just learning from the best. Yeah, my dogs are pugs. I think I've shown them. They're my wife came home with a migraine, so they're sleeping right now. But I think you've seen my pugs. The younger of the two is named Zana, after Path of Exile. Before I knew they were bringing Zana back. Come on, guys, drop me some logbooks. Hey! Ask and ye shall receive. There's another logbook. $282. This is about a divine apiece. Did I do everything that I wanted to do in here? I didn't find the other remnant. I didn't finish the ritual either. Man. I think most of my viewers are from the States as well. Analysis. Audience. Yeah, 24% of my viewers are from the States. 5% are from Brazil. 3% from Germany. 3% from Canada. 2% from the UK.
Defensively, I feel like I'm in a much better spot than my other character. Actually, kind of offensively, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was too lazy to level anymore, I could go and just swap everything over to the other character, but I don't think I want to do that. Because I could still use the other character for farming currency. Because it has magic find and it's going to be a lot harder to get it on this one.
That's true. just doesn't have a health bar because it's cheating. There you go. Perfect exalted.
Nice.
Divine Worm.
A tidy sum.
Someone is bound to buy that.
Aquatic treasures. Deal. Carry on.
Oh, I do have 3 grand expeditions. Okay. I thought I only had 2 and I was going to be sad. I have 3. 3 should be good. Well, so you're gonna do a crafting video. What are you trying to craft, and like what tier are you trying to target with the crafting video? Because if you're like, oh, this is a high-end, like, are you trying to make like, how do you craft something for this build, or just crafting in general? Okay, if you're doing a profit crafting video, then what I would do is have it be in a couple of sections and basically say, if your starting budget is X, you should be doing Y to profit craft. So it's like, hey, if you've got 10 div, if you don't have 10 div, you should probably just map until you have 10 div, right? Something like that. Once you have 10 div, if you want to profit craft, then this is what I do with a beginning craft of 10 div. It's going to be very basic. You're not going to make much, and maybe it's only valuable in the beginning of the league when people are really okay with basically just resist life and energy shield style gear or something, you know? This is what you do if you've got 10 give, and this is when it stops being profitable. An idea of what you should do at 10 div and when it stops being profitable. This is what you do with 50 div. This is what you do with 100 div. And you're like, hey, if I had 50 div, I would do the same thing I just told you to do for 10 div, but I'd do it 5 times. That can be your section for 50 div. You know? If you've got 50 div, doing the 10 div craft, you can bulk buy some of this stuff and save yourself some money and get a little bit more profit out of it. So I would literally start with that and just be like, Heart of the Jewel. How do I know what I'm looking for in Heart of the Jewel to make a decent one that is going to get? Like, that's a crafting video. You know? Or the beginning one anyways. So 10 div by Heart of the Jewels. Because Heart of the Jewels is you unveil them with Abyss, whatever, right? Those are the... Yeah. So, like, these are the ones that are currently valuable, and this is how I knew that. Because that's what I think a lot of crafting videos miss. And I don't know how to do it, is how do I know when I'm doing the unveiling what is what I'm looking for? Oh, if I've hit something like this, or this, then the rest of them I'm really looking for these other things. You know, so like on this one that's only going for 15 exalt. If they got the skill effect duration as the first one and as the best option out of it, maybe skill speed is not something they should have grabbed. They should grab something else, you know, and be like, hey, if you see this in your first couple, this is what you're looking for in the last ones, or this is how you find out, you know, what's valuable. That's what I struggle with, is figuring out when I'm unveiling something that has a bunch of unveils. Like if I'm doing something for my build, that's pretty easy. But if I'm doing something for profit crafting, I don't know what combination is valuable. And I don't know really how to find out. So that'd be kind of my, because I want to do profit crafting. I have no idea where to even begin to figure out what I should be profit crafting. And part of it is like, I don't want to profit craft with gear that I want to be wearing, because then I'm going to wear it instead of sell it and not make the profit, you know? I guess a profit crafting thing that I could probably do if I'm really trying to figure it out is look at what one of the top builds is, find a build guide that lists a profit or lists a craft for it, and see if that's still valuable. But it's probably better to find one that's a popular build that somebody else hasn't listed a craft for, and then I'd have to figure out the craft myself. And I'm not good at figuring out the craft. So that, I mean, of course you don't have to do what I'm saying, but that's what I would be looking for in a crafting video, profit crafting video. Another thing that I want to throw out there, in case you're interested, is my Discord that I'm using for my YouTube and Twitch stuff is set up to be not just for me. So if you want to be in the Discord, and I'd set you up as an administrator of the Discord, not just the administrator, but an administrator. So you could create a channel if you want for like, hey, we want a channel for discussing profit crafting, you know, and that'll help distribute the managing of the server, because then you only have to manage the parts you want to manage. So if you want to pigtail on my Discord, you're absolutely welcome to. This guy isn't Sandar the Stormbinder, and you don't have this stuff equipped. Yeah, it just, some people ask for Discord links, And it's just called the Nerdatorium. And I own the Nerdatorium domain name as well. And the whole concept behind it was that, behind using the Nerdatorium domain, is Nerdatorium, like auditorium. Auditorium means a place for audiences. Nerdatorium is a place for nerds. And the whole concept was for it to expand to more people using it for more things, so it feels more alive.
Now that's a find.
I have a buyer. Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
Classic treasure. For now, we part.
Speak. What do you think?
Good news.
Another step into the past.
I could definitely come to that one. It's a 4, that's a 3. I can skip these ones probably. Why are you just out and about? I haven't opened anything yet. What are you doing? Chaos is probably worth coming up here for. Very unique item. Good enough. Okay, I might hop off before you get back because I got game night tonight and people coming over earlier than normal. But I'll be on for a little bit longer.
I am getting off.
Have a good one.
You as well.
Sounds good. I won't push the Discord thing, but if you decide you want to, just let me know. I'll make sure to get you set up. Fine. Chaos. Hey, how's it going? Well, today I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. I've been streaming in general for a few years, and a little over a year consistently. As long as you're not trying to sell something or get me to put art on my site or anything, then sure. But if you're trying to sell me something or share your artwork or overlays or whatever, then I'm not interested. Do all my own stuff. Pay attention, I died. I hate that because they're so fast that I can't stay out of the circle. I also can't tank them enough to stay in the circle. Not a very good mechanic.
Good news for you.
speak.
What do you think? For now we part.
Only one big fit in the treasure like you.
No escape. I call upon the stars.
That was a disappointing boss fight.
What do you think? Bring any tomes you find.
Alright. Well, that's where I'm going to call it for tonight. I should be back on tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. And have a good evening.